outside, right? I'm enjoying that warm weather outside. And only wearing a t-shirt and it's almost December. I know, it's crazy. It's crazy. been spending like 1 hour a night painting the Tau soldiers. I gotta eventually get that done. So that's kind of coming along slowly, but I'm kind of getting back into it. This is the little guy I was working on last night, just putting on the base colors. I'm going for like this desert look. And you can see the copper there, the reflective paint. I really like the way the copper looks with this model. I almost thought about doing a stream painting, but it's like, you know. So I'm gonna get the whole army painted up like this to the same standard kind of. I still think he's a tad too dark because he looks okay here, but like once you set him on the table, he kind of is too dark. I think like I gotta aim for nice soldiers. I think I gotta aim the. Sorry, my microphone is all the way over there. I think the proper thing to do is to aim for brighter than what you think it'll be, because under the lights it looks fine a lot of times, but then you you put it on a table where it's not like super well lit like this, and suddenly like he's just like can't make out what you're looking at. So I think the trick here will be to kind of go up 2 notches in terms of like the brightness. Last night I spent 3 hours just painting 1 pair of pants on one of the Swiss guard soldiers. Why is the Pope... Does anyone know why the Pope is guarded by the Swiss soldiers? Is there any connection? I have no idea like what's going on there with the Swiss. I know the Swiss make knives. That's all I know about them. The Swiss. The Swiss. I tried taking ground beef last night, and I took ground beef and I turned it into like these little cakes, and I seasoned them and I air dried them, and they didn't turn out that good, but they're edible. You know, they're barely like tolerable. I was hoping for a lot more of a beef jerky-ish kind of a vibe, but it's hard to make ground beef taste really good, in my opinion. I'll eat it, but it's not as good as steak, of course. One explanation is that it goes back to the times of the Byzantine Empire. The tribes of northern Europe have pretty much destroyed the Roman Empire, and those times were brutal. So the Roman Empire destroyed the Pope-paid tribes of the north to send some bodyguard soldiers who would be paid handsomely. Soldiers came from groups like Vikings way up north, and also from the Swiss, who were most feared soldiers at the time, about 1400 years ago. Pope had a large army up until the 1500s. Yeah, I knew he was at one point he had military power. I only know that because I played the medieval Total War games, and they kind of... It would lead soldiers into battle with countries like France. They sure aren't doing that today. Not that I'm saying they should, but Shogun Masta Show NF TGIF Target GIF IF. It's Friday. Greetings from Eastern Time. Ah, nice. I'm getting Dungeons and Dragons vibes from this. This is cool. Ah, great. I'm glad you like it. Nice. Yeah, this does have Dungeons and Dragons vibe to it. Truth. It's weird, I'm like shading down this tail to make it look like it's sort of in darkness, and I've been working on it for like, I feel like 2 days now, and it's just not getting darker. It's like I'm just like, you're supposed to be, that part is supposed to be dark. Get darker. Yeah. Don't think the Pope will be leading any chance. Combat missions today, lol. Maybe missions to convert souls. True. Yeah, I was playing medieval Total War games, and they had like, if you play as like one of the nations, and then the Pope can excommunicate you and stuff like that. It's pretty interesting. Like, it actually has like I don't know how deep the politics go in that game, but like, you can get into shenanigans and if you attack sort of neighboring countries too much, you can get into trouble that way. And then I always thought the Total War games were pretty cool. I'm pretty sure one of the expansions has like the Crusades in it too. Like at a certain age, like everyone is called to go to the Crusades, and I don't know, they're pretty cool historical games. I don't play them anymore just because they take so much time to play. It's hard not to get. It's hard not to spend like too much time on them. There's also like this. The one I liked the most was the Attila Total War one, where you and I would always play as like the Vikings, or the Slavs or the Vikings is like the ones I would play as and try to take over the entire world. But there's like this issue with like, not an issue, but like you have like these family trees you have to maintain for political stuff, and if your main guy has to have a certain amount of political points, like your figureheads of your nation, and if you don't go to combat, they kind of like lose their strength, so to speak. Over time, they kind of have less gravity, and you can intermarry to other nations too, with the royalty. And at one point, I had like my entire ruling class was like replaced by a different nation. I'm like, bro, felt like too real. I was like, we're not even like, who are we even? It was like some countries will offer you like daughters and stuff and sons or whatever to like intermarry, and it does give you like I guess it gives you like less chance they'll attack you or something like that. But anyway, like my entire like ruling class died out. I'm like, make children. Why aren't you making just make your own children? They just wouldn't do it. They all just like aged out and died, and then my nation was like being ruled by some external force. I'm like, okay, that's stupid. I never like understood how to fix that. I'm like, my ruling class is like full of dumb people. They're like that I was playing as. Hold on, it is getting hot. I need to take this off. It's getting hot in here. I can't believe it's 16 Celsius outside. How's it this warm? Like, what is happening right now? toys back. Yeah, I'm wearing the same Batman shirt too. I think I'm gonna take a shower every day. Love your art. Where do you grab inspiration from? The universe. Souls in PUBG. I wake up and I extract. It's like Loosh, because this guy's a Loosh collector. I wake up and I just close my eyes and I'm like, Loosh, give me the Loosh, and it comes to me. The visions come to me, and I just jot them down. I'm not sure where. I mean, obviously, like my brain synthesizes information from movies, and I just kind of repackage it to some extent. It's not like all coming from the universe, but I do think there's an aspect where it's just like I just kind of see things in my mind, and I try to hold on to the idea, and then I loosely replicate it to the best of my ability. So I'm kind of like the Loosh collector in this picture. Is like I just extract energy from the universe and I put it on paper. Man, it's hot. I'm like, is anyone getting nervous about how warm it is in? November 14th. I'm like, I gotta go turn the air conditioner on here in a second. It's like really warm. I'm just kidding, but I'm loving the fact that I'm not that my like favorite thing in life is not using energy to heat my house or cool it down. And you better believe I won't turn on the air conditioning, except for my dog. Like the dog is the only time I turn it on because he has fur. He like has a sweater by default, so I have to turn it on for him, or he might like, you know what I mean, like just I can tolerate the heat. I don't know if he can. My dog has never tolerated heat that well, so. But yeah, just close your eyes and extract Loosh from the universe. That's my recommendation for artists. Thanks. Yeah, no problem, man. Hope it helps. But I'm not sure if it can help because I was talking to my buddy who's he's a lot more, let's say, traditional smart. And I was asking him, I'm like, when you zone out, do you see imagery, right? Like sometimes, like when I read books, I just kind of zone out. Well, not sometimes, all the time. Like I can't read books because I can't pay attention. And I just see other things, like I just daydream constantly. And so I've been asking people if they see images like when they zone out, and they say no. So I'm not sure how other people get their info. Like I'm not sure how other people come up with ideas, because I don't come up with the ideas. I just kind of zone out, and then I'm like, ooh, that's a good one. And for the others, you know what I mean? I'm not sure what you guys are doing, like to get your ideas. Dude, I'm out here picking up leaves in my t-shirt. Hello, crabgrass flowers. Oh, you're going to want to eat that crabgrass. Remember you were telling me about how it was medicinal? Make sure you grab that crabgrass inside the house and cook it, or whatever you're going to do with it. You were telling me about how plants are good for you. You guys, make sure you're grabbing that crabgrass out there. What the? I remember in Belarus we had this plant that was like super sour, and it was like, I think it was called Chevil, and you could pick it up. It was just everywhere, and it was like edible, and you could like on the side of the road you could like find it everywhere, like everywhere, and technically you could like eat it, and I did when I was a kid. It kind of reminds me of that, where it was like one of those like folklore kind of plants where it's like, this is really good for you, but you just don't know. It did kind of taste good. Like, it wasn't disgusting. It was actually, like, had a very specific, like, sour taste to it. I'm a huge Lord of the Ring fan. I have a book. I have one of the books that's been sitting on my drawer for years. I've seen the movies, but I'm a like, very passive fan. Like, I like it, but I'm a huge Lord fan. Lots of inspiration from things like that. There we go. What the? Thor and Odin inspire photos? I wouldn't say Thor or Odin inspire me. Although they are in the universe of inspiring me, I just don't think like I'm just specifically I don't think I said Thor or Odin. I like those things, but they're sort of you know what I mean? Like they're sort of things that I think about sometimes, but they're not like a focal point for me. Gonna pick it up, grow. Wait, did someone say Odin? Nice. Thank you for the follow. Gonna pick up and grow it inside my house. Good. Is what is crabgrass? Like, what's the point? Is it just like wild grass that hasn't been tamed yet? To me, all grass is just grass, dude. That it like the story ends there. I dislike all of it. In fact, if it weren't for the British establishing the lawn system, I wouldn't even mow it. I would just gravel outside my house. Slipknot fan, what's up, buddy? What you been up to? And honestly, like, regarding my towel soldiers I'm painting, I might have to redo a bunch of them. Like, because it's one of those things when you're getting back into a hobby, you paint something and then you kind of end up, like, 4 units down the line, you sort of realize you just, the first 4 you gotta erase and start over again. So, you know, this one I like I'm just doing the base colors right now, and then I'm gonna do, like, the highlights and edge highlighting and all that kind of stuff. But, I know that getting back into something, there's a good chance the first, like, 30 hours, like, if I really want this to be, like, if I take money for this project, it's gotta be, like, kind of, like, you know what I mean? You gotta be, like, kind of impressed by it, and right now, we're not there yet. Crabgrass is basically just a flower? What the? Then just call it a flower. Call it crab flower. The Norse pagan has entered the chat to discuss Odin. Oh, nice. We can talk all about him. Would you want to tell me about? Did you have something you want to tell me about him? My depth of knowledge about that stuff goes about as deep as like a normal person, where I see a picture of a Viking and I'm like, oh, Odin. Nice. There you go. I like Thor comics. That's main intro to Norse gods. Yeah, you know what? One time I was watching not a podcast. It was like basically it was like this. I watched it a while ago. There was like this video on YouTube where they were talking, like they were giving you the basic rundown of Norse folklore, like not going super in depth, but it was like kind of like just like it was like a 1 hour kind of like run of the mill breakdown. There was like some 3 brothers made from mountains and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, I don't remember now, but it was pretty convoluted. I remember being like, it was. I'm trying to say it in a way that's not upset. Like it felt like kind of like someone was describing like a dream state. Like it was just like the mountains, the three brothers, and like all these like universes, and I don't know, like I don't, but that's like the feeling I got from it is like very convoluted, and you know, it's hard to understand it because the sort of the lens that we view the world from is sort of different now from the materialist atheist kind of viewpoint. It's hard to understand what they're trying to say with all that. Like, I don't know, it was sort of interesting, but it's like I would need, I don't know, like I didn't feel the need to like dive into it past that video. I like Nordic aesthetics, and that's about like kind of where I'm like, you know, especially 1960s cartoons show they are on YouTube, and maybe it's worth exploring that stuff. I don't know. I like I said, I enjoy like the pagan sort of visuals and stuff, but I think it never developed enough coherency to survive as a, you know, as like a mainstay religion. I'm sure there's some people that are doing like paganism, but you know what I mean. It's not like Christianity or Buddhism. It's like it's kind of like in the background, pretty much. Hi everyone, nice to see the model painting today. Yeah, sorry, not to bring it out again. I was gonna do a stream of me painting. The problem is logistics. Sorry, not to bring. I know I kind of like I almost started talking about like there's no way to talk about like paganism, and I don't want to talk about religion and stuff, but so we're moving past that now. But yeah, it's I'm just kind of getting warmed up again. I'm putting like an hour at the end of the day into painting, and what was I saying? This still needs to be a shade or two brighter, simply because it looks bright enough here, but then, you know, you look at it, and when it's on a table not lit up like this, and you just, everything just disappears, it's too dark. So I still got to go up a few shades for that. Does this look like a desert color? It's basically sun yellow mixed with black, and then I slowly added yellow, and I'm slowly like getting. I also have moon dust, which kind of has like a more of a whitish kind of burnt out look. If I wanted the desert, but I'm thinking about using the moon dust for the trim highlights, the edge highlighting, to kind of emphasize where the light is falling on the edges, and it really makes the figure pop. And but yeah, we'll get to that. So I don't know. I just got to be patient here and kind of build my skill up slowly with these things. And yeah, I just like doing it. These are, for some reason, it's like something really addicting about painting small soldiers. It's like super relaxing. Wow, the small figures are tricky to paint. Yeah, I use the... I don't know if I showed you guys. I use the... I got this kind of mask thing with the lenses. It's absolutely crucial. I don't know, like... It's, I tried all kinds of tricks. My parents, they have like this kind of big lens thing. And maybe if I buy a mic arm, maybe I'll end up having to... I gotta try different lenses. This is still kind of uncomfortable to use. You gotta be like 2 inches away from it. And if you add more lenses, you have to be closer to the fit. It does magnify, but for some reason, like more magnification means you have to be closer to the thing you're working on, which is uncomfortable. And then that's why I can't do the stream, because it's hard for me to stream miniature model painting because your setup has to be just right. The camera angle, the lenses, it all like it's not super easy to set up. This wasn't easy to set up, and my giant head still gets in the way of the picture, but we'll figure it out eventually. I just kind of don't want to mess with my streaming setup because every time I move something, I have to move 4 other things, and I don't want to do that. I hope you understand. I know some other relaxing exercises you can do, namely raking leaves, though. No, I let them rot on the ground and kill the grass. It's less grass for me to mow next year. But thank you. Oh, I found a funny meme. I almost sent it to you, Future Oil, on Instagram. There was this guy. The video was titled "Meanwhile at the HOA meeting," and they're showing 2 pictures of mailboxes, and one is like tan and one is slightly warmer tan. And the guy's like, you can't have these because it's an off shade of warm kind of mailbox, like kind of getting into the nitty gritty of annoyances of like those organizations, and they're like fining people for having like not the wrong color. It's just the warmth is just off by 1 degree, and they're like trying to fine people on that. And that's what I mean is that I can't live like that. I could not live around people like that, or a neighborhood that enforces things like that. I need to be kind of I need to live like a more feral existence. I cannot be to me that seems like a kind of like a version of a nightmare to exist in like a place like that. Where you get a mailbox, but it's just an off tint, so now you're getting fined, and it's just. I would rate my sleep tonight as a 7 out of 10. Like, passable, but not great. But passable. I did get up to pee once or twice, can't remember, but definitely broken sleep. Could have been better. We'll do better next time. I will admit, I think part of it was I bought a cigar a couple days ago, and I feel like the cigar kind of like activated like sort of like the nicotine or something. I need to not do that anymore. I really don't even like cigars, but like I did, for some reason I felt compelled to buy one. And I think it like sort of like messed with my brain. So I'm gonna go back to like kind of not doing that. Yeah, for sure, HOAs are evil. Oh yeah, dude. Well, I think that video kind of exemplifies kind of like how extreme they can get, right? I'm sure they're not all like that, but I feel like the people that are attracted to being an HOA member, or like the enforcement arm of it, just like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm trying to like phrase it in a way that's like YouTube friendly. Like we know what to do with those people. We know who they are. It's like Karen, but she has legitimate power. It's really an outgrowth of a Karen kind of a thing, right? It's sort of like the Karen's dream is to sort of, because they have nothing to do, but this gives them legitimacy in a post-scarcity society, is just nitpicking. It's like that's their like hobby and career, right? Like they found a way to be like useful again with the nitpickiness. Your mailbox needs to be Hi. This is looking great. Hello, Slipknot. Hey, Jen. Thank you for the Vulcan salute. I'm gonna try and do a Vulcan salute. Why did you buy a cigar? I don't know. I was driving past the like the liquor store that we have, and I was like, I'll get a cigar. That was my decision-making process. And the thing is I feel like many years ago I smoked a cigar that I actually really enjoyed, and I don't know what it was about it, and so I've been like chasing that same. They're all like, I will say 99.9 of them are disgusting and pointless, but I just can't understand how that one was so good, and then every single one I've had since then has just tastes like poo. And I'm just like, how I've not been able to find like, so I don't know. I think it's like my brain just like tricks me, and I'm like, because it sounds like a compelling idea. Like, smoking a cigar looks cool, and it sounds like it would be good, but then you smoke it and you're like, oh, I remember now. 1 second, let me let my dog in. I think he wants to come back inside. Okay, where are we at? Love it. Very good salute. I've never smoked a cigar. Don't. There's no reason to. I'm willing to try, but I don't think I would get into it. No, don't. It's a waste of time and money. It looks cool though, especially if you're Italian. Where did they come from? Are cigars Italian? I don't know what nationality to associate cigars with. I just think of like 1920s businessmen is like what I think of when I think of cigars. But yes, they are revolting. I understand why people don't like them. No Cuba. Yeah, I guess I've always seen as Cuba as a thing that acquires. You might be right. I don't know. Cuba. Well, the one of the cigars I bought, there was two actually, but one of them was like it was sort of a Cuban cigar that didn't meet spec, so it was like $3 in the bargain bin. It was like sort of like, this is a Cuban cigar, but just so you know, like, for whatever reason, it didn't make the cut to be like a real Cuban cigar, so I bought one of those because it's like, most cigars right now are like $10 to $15, and I'm like, oof, that's a lot of money. So I bought like the ones that were like, that they're like, this is not meeting spec or whatever. I smoked Cuban cigars years ago. Yeah, to me, like I said, I've only ever found one that was like okay. And then ever since then, I've been like searching for that like chasing a dragon, and then I'm like, they all taste like poo. I don't know. So I don't know. I don't know anything about stuff like that. I bet Slipknot knows though. I don't drink, smoke, experiment. I live a very boring life. Yeah. I'm trying to get back to like no caffeine, like no coffee. It all just sort of destabilizes my system. I feel like anytime I add anything silly like that, all it does is like mess with my sleep. And like I said, the only thing I haven't been able to get rid of is like, I still take that like 200 milligrams of caffeine in the morning, like pills. So because I don't want the coffee in there. But yeah, you're right. It's all of that stuff is unnecessary and stupid. Like, it really is just a waste of time and adds nothing. Like, in this, you know. How do you know about poo? What poo tastes like? It's just an expression. I'm not a poo taster, but you know what I mean. It's like it tastes not very good. But back when I smoked cigarettes, I loved cigarettes. Just loved them. Like cigarettes and coffee and drawing. I know I've went into this rant before, but they go so well together. I'm really glad I quit. But like, oh my god, at that time, I could just stay up forever, just smoking cigarettes and drawing and drinking coffee. That was a phase that was almost worth like the damage I did to my lungs. Like it was almost worth it because it was so awesome. Kids leave the chat. don't smoke. I'm not trying to push it on the kid. I don't. Yeah, right. I'm over here being like, you don't understand how good it was. How was your sleep? Mid. I'd say it was like a 7 out of 10. 7 out of 10. Like it was all right. It was like I feel fine, but you know, it could have gone a little bit better. I think it was like that cigar I smoked that like it just stabilized my system enough to where I was like, I need to just be on a, what do they call it, like the narrow road where I just never do anything silly like that. Otherwise, it's just like. Isn't that what they say? You gotta stay on the narrow road. Mine too. I was up late taking classes for spring. Taking classes for spring. Oh, nice. Straight and narrow. Yeah, you gotta stay on the straight and narrow. As boring as it can be, it's like. How's your mom doing? What kind of food does she enjoy? I don't know what she's doing fine. You know what I mean? Like she's doing fine, but the food that she enjoys, you know, I'd have to like check in on that just to like report back. I'm not really sure. I tried smoking when I was 10, choked, never smoked again. Oh, I've been through the whole rigmarole. I did Copenhagen long cut straight. That was my favorite one. Smoking, really enjoyable. Both of them very enjoyable. The only thing my family is that we love eating, and eating too much is bad for us. Although my dad, may he rest in peace, he was an sorry, I wasn't ready for it to turn like that. Although my dad although my dad, may he rest in peace, he was an alcoholic at one point. Does the workout sesh count if you drive to McDonald's through RT after? It depends on what you're buying. Yeah, like it still counts, I think. I did a very lazy workout. Like I was not motivated at all. Well, I know I said I don't work out earlier, but I meant like I don't go to the gym. I just kind of do push-ups in the morning and stuff. Way cheaper, but I think it counts. Noted, I'll tell my trainer that, lol. Where is ChatGPT Slipknot? He knows everything. I think he did say what's up, but then I think he walked away from his computer. So he did clock in though. He did clock in. Oh really? What happened? I happen to know another workout that might help. Raking leaves. I don't get leaves. I don't have any trees. My house doesn't have trees around it. That's the one thing I do love, is the not having to do that. He's got a trainer. What the rich person hanging out in here? Well, Jen is not a he. I'm 99% sure. Although we don't know for sure. We do not assume. Identify as cold and hungry. It's pretty warm out there today. All female. Nice. Ah, there's Slipknot. There he is. The Vulcan salute. There we go. Did it. I had one, but I stopped doing. They're not that pricey if you visit once a week. I had one, but I stopped going. They're not that pricey if you visit once a week. Wait, I lost track of what we were talking about. They def help with fast results, though. I'm not Jen. I'm not sure what you're referring to. Sorry, I'm lurking, and Raking Leaves didn't see that it was Genny. No. Genny and Jen, they're two different people. Jen is on YouTube. The trainer. Oh, the trainer. Yeah, I don't need a trainer, bro. Like, I know how to lift metal up, put metal down, all by myself. You know what I mean? Like lifting metal up and putting metal down is like, I kind of get it. I had key lime pie yesterday. Do you guys like key lime pie? It sounds good, but I'm trying to stay off of the sugar. Yes, sir. It's my fave of all pies. I'm trying to stay off the sugar. Like, I'm not consuming sugar, but it sounds like, I don't think I have had it. The one I've wanted to try is like that red velvet one I've heard is really good. And something else that's really good is like the New York, what was that? Never mind. I'm blanking on the name of it. That cheesecake thing. Cheesecake. They actually make like really good cheese, like actually legit, like legit, like really good. Cherry pie is probably my favorite. You know what I don't like about all these pies is like when you dig into them, they kind of turn into like sugar soup. I want a pie that holds its texture. Red velvet makes me run to the bathroom. Nice. I mean, it's just cake, right? Like, it's just like colored cake with and stuff. I think it's chocolate cake. I hate chocolate. You know this. New York cheesecake. Yeah, they make it for real. Like you can buy cheesecake. Like, if am I calling it the right thing? I'm kind of like you guys know like that, like it's like it looks like cheese, but it's like not. I don't know. Yeah, the New York. I think it's called cheesecake, right? And it's really good. You can get like cheap ones from the local store, and it's fine. It's like whatever, it's fine, but it's like you don't know what you don't know, right? So it's like you don't know what you're eating is like subpar until you taste like a real like cheesecake from some fancy thing, you know. Somebody, I don't know, this Ukrainian woman, she brought us one, and I'm like, oh my god, I've been living a false lie this entire time. Just a comrade, watch streak. Just comrade is currently on a 5. Wow, thank you. I appreciate the streak. Genny says, hi guys, hi Batman Forest, thank you. Yes, I'm wearing the same shirt twice. It doesn't matter, I don't go outside, so it doesn't matter. But desserts with New York in the name include New York style cheesecake and the unofficial cookie symbol of the city, New York, black and white cookie. Another dessert often associated with the city is New York style Italian ice. New York style Italian. Okay, I've never heard of any of those things. I will say I did have like a Chicago deep dish pizza one time, and it was good. It was like 4 inches of cheese basically. It was a very specific kind of pizza. Like, it's a different kind of an experience. I mean, you're basically eating a loaf of cheese with some bread stuck to it, and it's very good. I think I missed a stream at some point because I slept on that entire day. All right, well, let's not let that happen again. But I understand. No, I'm just kidding. No more sleeping. I do love living without an alarm clock. I think that's my goal in life, is to like somehow live the rest of my life without having an alarm clock anywhere near me. That's just not what I'm looking for from life. I don't discriminate against food I can eat. still Hala man, how you doing? Is this a Prophet Templar or gatekeeper type? Yeah, I was sort of thinking like a dormant eldritch creature that sort of, well, it's called Loosh Collector, and it's sort of a physical manifestation of like sort of a lower tier god that collects Loosh from like good and bad things. I'm kind of going with like this is a simulation like lore on YouTube, where they say like there's basically different camps of thought on the simulation theory, and some people think we are soul trapped on Earth to suffer, and then that creates Loosh for the sort of the higher beings or whatever, like God, that trapped us here. And I don't know. There's you know, in it the camps split into different viewpoints. Some think the Loosh beings that are collecting it are evolving, and they are sort of, you know, if you look in the past of human history, there was a lot more hyper-violence, and now it's sort of the Loosh collection is done more through creativity. You know, that's I was listening to this one guy, and he said something along the lines of like, that's why the dinosaurs had to be wiped out. They just weren't very efficient at creating Loosh. So humanity has a spark of divinity, and it creates just our creativity and stuff creates a lot more Loosh. And so that's why we're here essentially as a farming thing. And so this would be an older style god that, you know, is more into like, obviously like he looks creepy and, you know, is into like suffering and stuff. So maybe more of a back in the day kind of a Loosh collector. That's horrifying. But yeah, that's kind of what it is. It's just sort of a old world Loosh collector. And the priesty guy that's walking around, I just kind of wanted to add to the scale of it. And I almost thought about taking this like little road here and extending it upward towards the up here, kind of like that, to kind of, if I make this road go over there and make it like very tiny, it'll kind of give it that sense that he's actually like really far away. And like the road up to the Loosh collector is actually quite long. I can play with the perspective to make it look like he's actually like really, really far away, right? And so I might do that, but I'm kind of hesitating on that. I think the correct term is regionalist if someone only likes their own state. I'm kind of a regionalist. Not that I love my state, I just don't leave it. What the Eldritch creature eat? I don't think they eat, they just kind of manifest. Baby boy's alarm clock? Sometimes, if he starts barking randomly. Yeah, I was thinking last night of like adding, like going in this direction. And I can kind of do this kind of pathway up here. Like extending this up there. Let me kind of show you what the thought I had. If I kind of extend this up there, right, like this little road under the tail. I know I got a lot of graphite here. Sort of up into this area. Obviously I gotta work in like the underside of it and stuff like that, but just for the sake of the argument. If I kind of do that, it kind of leads you to believe like this is way further away, right? And I can kind of curve this back around here and then and do one of these like tricks. Like now it seems like the Loosh, if you kind of follow the perspective logic, it kind of makes it look like it's super, super big because of how narrow the road becomes. And I was thinking of adding that in for like scale and scope. some pillars under it just to kind of give it a little bit of mass underneath there, and I can work in the detail later, but just so I don't, I think I'm gonna stick with that idea. I really like that kind of, that he's on like this journey to him, and it kind of plays with the scale and stuff like that. I think that's gonna work. I don't think I have the perspective perfectly worked out here, but I think it works enough. We'll kind of patch that up later, the sort of the kind of making it make more sense and all that. I'll play with that later, but I just wanted to kind of not forget about this idea that I had. I think that's gonna work. I can make it work. All right, but I'm gonna, I think today, kind of focus on this right here, this kind of bridge thing, kind of near our main character. I want to kind of work this area. Yuri, not kidding about the Chicago style pizza. I've been to Chicago, and that pizza, me too, and that pizza is wildly good. I would say it's better than New York style pizza in my opinion. I think it's like too specific to be judged that way because it's in its own kind of realm. It's barely a pizza at that point because it's just, it transcends beyond like what a pizza is. It's Dave Portnoy. Is he related to Mike Portnoy, Lowell drummer? I thought the same thing, but they're not related. We're all related. You just gotta go back further. You grocery? Oh, I didn't even think of it that way. I didn't even think of it that way. But technically, right, like... technically, we, like, kinda, right? Like, if... That does sound worrying when you put it that way. I thought that was just a thing with royal family, all related. I think there's a lot of it. Like, if you look at, I don't know if this is true or not, but I think there was a lot of royal sort of, if you look at like history timelines, the amount of people like from like major countries that are intermarried and stuff. Now I'm sure they were like, they didn't want like peasants in there, but they did, like the royal families just across the globe were pretty intermixed. Like they were going around and, you know, marrying into each other's families back and forth and stuff. So I'm sure like aristocracy, they were careful, but I think that mostly comes from like the rules that they set up for ownership of the state. Like you had to have a bloodline connection, and therefore you end up in this circular loop where you have to keep the same bloodline going, and it kind of creates sort of a that situation where you're like, well, what claim do you have? Because if it's by bloodline, then you gotta have, you gotta make sure it's coming from the right bloodline, and so I think, but I don't know, I'm not sure how much of that is true. Like, really, like if you were to sit down and like uh, decipher their genetics, like with a binary machine that would tell you exactly what's in there. Um, we have a brand of frozen pizzas called Chicago Town Pizza, but they probably bear little similarity to the real thing. Guinea, thank you for the dancing kitty emojis. But the thing is, like the not that I've never been super interested in like the world affairs in terms of like who's going, like 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 kind of past history in terms of like royal families and like secret societies, but I've heard so many theories about how about all that stuff that it's like indecipherable, because like I've listened to like Russian professors, American professors like talk about like sort of who's like really in control, and it's like it's completely indecipherable as far as I can tell. Like you can let your imagination spin out of control in whichever way you want when it comes to that. I think I like thin crust pizza. Yeah, I think if I had to eat pizza, I do like pizza that's a little bit more crusty. Like I like the bread and stuff like that. Yeah, I like. Although in my opinion, this is gonna sound gross to people, but I think Pizza Hut is like one of the better pizzas. Like I know it's a cheaper pizza and it's like manufactured, but I actually really like Pizza Hut pizza. The real king of England lives in Australia. That's what I mean. Is like, I've heard that like so many things like that, and that like actually like it's the same thing as I was talking about earlier with the Total War games, where my ruling class, like my initial families that were governing the state, intermarried with another nation, and then our people didn't have any children, so like they ended up owning our sort of country, sort of from the political aspect. And that's kind of like what I mean is like God only knows what's going on over there. The real king of England lives in Australia. Sure. I mean, his family should have been the royal family branch. Uh, it's on YouTube. Look it up. No, yeah, I believe that that's one of the versions. There's a family in Russia that claims that they have lineage through the Romanov lineage, and they were like subtly, not subtly, they had like a kind of a pseudo royal marriage, suggesting they have some legitimacy to like that the empire never fully fell apart, and they're sort of coming. Not they didn't say anything like radical, but they were kind of like, this is like we have legitimacy in terms of like royal bloodlines. So I think like, but who knows, right? Like we just don't know. Uh, it's all like sort of like reading tea leaves at this point, because there's so many theories. Like any rabbit hole you go down, it just like almost immediately it's well. I'm trying to be careful with what I say. It just spins. It's like it just spins out of control so quickly in terms of like the branching opinions that it's like it's almost point. It's almost like talking about Warhammer lore. It's like it's just it doesn't help. Pizza Hut is nice. I love Pizza Hut. Yeah. I like their stuffed crust. Yeah, stuffed crust is good.
there used to be a Polish pizzeria here in Budapest. Bucharest, sorry. Bucharest, called Dominium. And I always ordered a kebab pizza from them. Best pizza ever. Oh my god. I have a buddy that's in the military, and he did not like Polish pizza. He did not have nice things to say about it. But I'm sure there is good Polish pizza. But he was like, they make everything good except pizza. That's what he told me. Is like, because he goes all around the world via the military. But I like Pizza Hut. When I was a kid, if my dad took us to Pizza Hut, it was a special. Yeah, Pizza Hut is like, it's definitely like, especially like fond memories from when I was a kid. I love a pizza with a lot of cheese. Yeah. But I do like, I like a good balance of the bread and cheese. It's all about just the balance, you know. Alright guys, I need to put my face on makeup. I'm looking like a Grim Reaper right now. Be right back. Thanks. nowadays I do my own pizza, but in a student way without being a student for nearly a decade now. But basically, get the simplest cheap supermarket pizza in a set of 3, and also buy any other topping you want to put on top of it. Crust might not be the best, but every else on top will be great, being fresh and cheap. Lots of meats and cheese on mine, please. Yeah, I'm like, if I eat pizza, I'm more of like a pepperoni guy. I just like pepperoni almost overcooked to where it's like crusty. That's kind of like where my heart lies. If I do have pizza, that's the way I want it. I just like cheese and pepperoni. I remember when I first came to America, you could still smoke inside of a Pizza Hut. Like, you would go in there and you would smell the pizza and cigarette smoke. Like, that's all done away with now, but visiting the US at some point, I did find that odd. Like, smoking was allowed inside, but the terrace outside is prohibited. Well, it's not like that now. You just can't smoke near buildings anywhere. Or I think now you can't even smoke. Well, you can't smoke like inside your car with kids. If you have kids, you can't smoke inside, which I think is really cruel because it's like it's really cold out there for the kids to wait while I finish my cigarette. You know. No, I'm just kidding. Just kidding. But I don't smoke or have kids. But no, they definitely like clamp down on that. But yeah, it used to. It's funny how like now it's so inconceivable that you would walk into a restaurant and stuff. Can you imagine like back in the day like when you could probably there was days where you could like smoke inside of a McDonald's, like hoof down a ciggy as you were like eating a Big Mac. That was peak America. It just never got better than that. America's been on a downfall since then. We've been slowly losing ground, our freedoms. Our bald eagle cries when he looks at our way of life now. I think peak America America was when the game came a cigarette with your coffee on the plane. Oh, gave you a cigarette? Yeah. Back in the 60s, my guess. Bro, can you imagine smoking on the airplane? Yeah, those were different times. And people would dress really nicely to get on the plane. Now, it's like pajama pant central. Honestly, I don't hate on that, like, a little bit. Like, I kind of like that we've moved past of, like, caring about what we look like when we go outside. At least in America, like, where I live, pajama pants, like, if you're running out to, like, the gas station and you kind of got your, like what I'm wearing now, like these, it's like, you know, bro, I don't want to, like, do the whole thing just to go outside. Which I do kind of like America for that, where it's like, you know. I think here, at least in row, as long in Romania, or as long as they're not flashy or revealing, going in PJs at the grocery store is still pretty normal. Oh, thank God. Nice. won't get into it, but let's just say there's a big difference if you're dressed down and not white. My hometown is on the seaside, and during the summer, we're not surprised seeing customers at the grocery store in their swim. Wait, my hometown is on the seaside. And during the summer, we're not surprised seeing customers at the grocery store. In their swimsuits. Ah, I see. Okay. Sorry, it took me. I don't know why it took me so long to put all that together. Work here to do. Iron all of these things out here. what camera do you use for top view? You know, it's hard to know because it's like I ordered it on Amazon and it didn't have a brand. It was just like this Chinese camera that, or I assume. Sorry for the assumption, but and it was a camera that like I'd have to go into my it just probably has a spec name on like on Amazon. It's hard to describe because, like I said, without a name, it's just sort of like this box camera. But I don't know if you can see it. It looks like it doesn't look like. See what it looks like right there? That's what it looks like. That's what you're gonna want to be looking for. Other than that, I can't get more specific because like I don't remember. I'd have to go on Amazon and give the exact link. But it's you want the cameras without the sound and stuff. You want a purpose-built camera that's manual. That's what you're gonna be like looking for overall. The shape looks like those older late 2000s camcorders. Kind of dig it actually. I mean, it's not too big or anything. You know, it's USB hooked up to my computer. I'll have to pull it up one day and put it in the bio so people can buy the same one so they know what they're looking. This is actually a really good compromise because I feel like every camera that's sort of better than that one, like once you start to scale, a lot of it is lenses too, from what I've heard. I'm not sure, but that's what someone told me. Is like a lot of the better cameras, just it's kind of like just a better lens sort of a situation. But once you get out of this price range, the 140 to 150 dedicated manual camera, you start to stratosphere into the $700 cameras for 10% better look. So it's like I think it was a good buy because I didn't have to like cough up a small fortune for it, and I've been using it obviously quite frequently. So, and I have it on plugged in all the time. Like if it's plugged in, it's like working in the background, and it's been plugged in for like since I got it for like a year straight, and it's just running pretty warm. And well, you don't notice it as much in the winter time when it's cool in here, but summertime it gets kind of warm, and it has not had any negative like it just keeps working despite there being no fans or anything in there. It just kind of ambiently cools itself, and great purchase, I think. It's not really like, I don't know, I always assumed when people say 4K that it was going to be 1080p times 4, but none of them really are 1080p times 4, like visually. They just look like a really sharp 1080p. Like, you know, I think like a true 4K camera, like if you logically expand like what they're saying, it should be crazy looking. But I agree, still looks good and films clean. Yeah, it's a pretty good camera. I won't be upgrading from this for a very long time. If I continue to, you know, if I kind of go down streaming as a hobby road, I think this is a good, it's gonna last me a while. Thank you for the bunnies. Thank you, Guinea. I was looking into the camera market, and I agree. The camera like yours that also stays in one position without fiddling with it constantly would be great for an overview shot. Yeah, you don't want the cameras that like have the bells and whistles, because all it'll do is constantly sit there and try to focus on the picture, and you don't want a digital camera, like you want a manually adjusted focus, because it's all like you're gonna have like these, say, increments that you can adjust the focus, but then it'll kind of go past where you want it and not quite where you want it, so like you'll be like hitting it back and forth and never figuring out exactly where it'll work for you. The manual has a lot more room for sort of fine adjustments. For something like this, definitely non-digital manual. It's just a camera with a manual sort of adjustment and zoom. You do not want anything with any kind of software attached to it. At least that's what I found for me. I'm sure if you spend like crazy money on a super awesome digital camera, it'll be fine. But I'm sure like you can do it. But what I found is this is the best way to do it. The way I'm doing it. I don't know what it is with people that don't listen, or they listen but it goes in one ear and out the other. You don't have to attack me directly like that, Jed. Justin Conrad says, absolutely, and if it was a one with all the bells and whistles, I'd imagine using it for more than just the overshot, so extra work by just placing it into one position again and again would be extra hassle. Yeah. This is definitely the solution for this kind of an issue. Lol, it's about you. I have no clue what you guys are talking about prior. Just got back. Just work stuff. I hate work stuff. Ew. Absolutely, and if it was Never mind, I already read that. It's not about you? I see, I see. A little Freudian slip there in the beginning. I love work, just don't like all adults. Nice. I get what you mean. But you do sometimes frustrate me. Understandable. 9 full bags of leaves later. Is that how many you got? Now burn them. Are you allowed to burn leaves? I think it's illegal, but I'm not sure. In Illinois. I'm not sure if it's legal or not. Filled up 9 bags. Nice. Yeah, thank God I don't have trees anywhere near me. I don't have. That's like one thing I don't have to worry about. Like winter time for me is amazing. I don't go outside. I just the dog walking. If it's a warm enough day, I just walk the dog, and it's 4 hours of work. Count me out. Shovel your sidewalks? I be in the winter? No. Absolutely not. The way it works legally, if you shovel your driveway and someone falls, it's your fault. But if you don't shovel, it's act of God. Like I'm not even kidding. There's no shoveling here. I'm just kidding. I shovel the snow, but I do think that's how the law works. If you shovel, it's your fault. But if you don't shovel, then and someone slips and falls on your property, I do wish like there was a way to avoid having people like walk. It's just like it's weird how that's set up. That like you have in front of your house is like the zone where people are allowed to walk on, and it's technically the city's responsibility. And yet, if someone were to trip and fall, they can like make themselves rich. Well, relatively speaking. If I don't shovel the sidewalks and someone falls, it's on the homeowner? No, it's the other way around. If you shovel and they fall, it's your fault. If you don't shovel, it's act of God. Literally, that's like the... It sucks. I'm not sure if that's 100% true. That's definitely like soft knowledge. But like that's what I heard is like... It's kind of like if somebody climbs over your fence in Illinois and breaks their leg or whatever, some kid, it's on you as the fence. Like it's on you, even though the fence is there to prevent people from walking into your yard. If you don't have signs, like even if you're like obviously you don't want no trespassing signs on the front of your yard, right? It looks ugly, and it kind of makes it look like I don't know, just it's ugly to have like sort of signs indicating that you should not climb fences. But if you do not, and some kid breaks your leg, automatically your fault. Even though the fence itself is a suggestion that you shouldn't be going there, right? That's why it's there. Is I don't want you to see me. I don't want you to be climbing over here. It's the opposite of being inviting. But Illinois is like opposite logic land. If someone goes in your house, you shoot them, it's your fault. Unless you can prove that you were backed up against the wall and you had absolutely no choice. If they're just carrying your TV out or something like that, you can't shoot them. Like a serial murder house. Serial murder house? What the? I'm just saying. Illinois is a nightmare. Like you have to like kind of like think of when you go outside, you have to assume like you're in a low-level war zone where if anything happens, it's going to be legally on you and not the other person. 15 years ago, I shoveled down the ice off my car. Then the shovel slipped and I hit my leg. Nearly broke my bone, but I didn't. And apparently, marrow there just got stronger. So since then, I only get tired on my left leg. Tail was a little thick there. I'm trying to take down the tail scale here. now security cameras proof and offer self-defense. No, in Illinois, you're not allowed to use video footage as evidence. Video footage. At least this is like something I heard like 10 years ago. Video footage is not accepted as evidence in court. State laws are wild. Oh, they get silly. Dunkel 59. This stream sucks. Mine is way better. Oh, he's doing the follow my kick will follow back username. Nice. You know too much about the law? Well, it's like hearsay. It's like hearsay from people, but you have to like look into the. It's just that like there's so many counterintuitive like crazy silly things in Illinois that like. My friend told me the Frankenstein movie on Netflix was good. You know what? Japochi's gonna tell us how the movie with the Predator. Maybe I'll go see that because it's in theaters now. Maybe I'll go see that. Did someone just say the stream stuff? That's on Kick. It's like one of those automated messages. Maybe I'll go see the new Predator movie or something. No, I don't. I'm not like really looking forward to it, but maybe I will. Japochi is gonna go see it in theaters, I guess. So. Good thing I raked the leaves last week. Why? Cause last week I filled up 8. Really? That's a lot of leaves. That's a lot of leaves. Me too. Oh, you're gonna go see that movie? Nice. Yeah, I'm probably like not, but like I'm kind of thinking about it because it looked like a fun movie. It looked fun. I got brain freeze. Sucks. From ice cream? Not from being out there in 17 Celsius weather. It's not cold enough to get brain freeze. What the? From okay, that's what I thought. Well, you're gonna have breakouts again. Remember your scalp and all that. You're eating stuff that's gonna cause like skin issues. Who are you going with? I was just gonna go alone to the local theater with the sticky seats. I hope I don't get the sticky seats again. I'd have to like check the times. It's 2 Celsius here and I feel like it's not cold enough. Yeah. It's 17, like legit, it's like warm outside. Sticky seats. Well, the one I got in last time, it was like, that's why I kind of don't like to leave my house. It's just unpredictable. I'm like, I don't know. My house is like, sure, my seats are sticky, but it's like not somebody else's sticky, you know. Pop spilled there. I'm just kidding. My seats aren't sticky, but I do need to get a new gaming chair. Like, it's really falling apart at this point. Like, structurally it's fine. It's just like everything else is like on the verge of falling off. But I don't know like how you throw away a gate. Like, who do you go to like? Do you just put it out with your garbage and it just disappears? Extroverts, I have to get out of my comfort zone. Introverts, you have to get out of my comfort zone. True. Man, that sucked. No wonder people hire landscapers. Yeah. So is this new Predator movie? Is that a Disney movie then? Since I think it's owned. I think all of that is like owned by Disney now, right? The Predator, the Alien. Although this movie looks like it was like more like fun. Not. I don't know. The trailer made it seem like it's more like along the lines of seriousness of like a Star Wars movie where things get kind of silly. I don't know. I don't know. I always imagine going and seeing movies and then I almost never do. But maybe I'll go and see this one. But I can't believe I spent 4 hours working on leaves. That's what I'm saying. Just don't do it. At least it's done. Yeah, it's horrible. Yeah, it is nice to be done with chores. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. going? Sorry, I didn't see your message because it's on all the way to the left. I couldn't see it. It's okay. Nice. Let's see, where's my blade? But I'm doing good. No complaints here. Oh yeah, this is a left-handed knife for some reason. What? Yeah. Sharpening the knife here. Not sharpening the knife, the pencil. Finally sitting down in front of my easel. Yeah, I need to go buy that miniature easel and do an acrylic painting. Sounds like a fun idea for this stream, for this stream. It will be fun. Nice. I feel like I'm taking ages on this tail. Like in this area, I mean, it's gonna take ages because it's got to get a little bit darker up in this area. like basically a lot darker. Actually, let me go down to this corner just because I'm tired of staring at that corner. I'm just gonna kind of divert my attention into this corner. Blue guy says, "Hey, I'm back." Wow, that's better. That looks better than last time. Thank you. How'd you like it, blue guy? Oh, sorry. Seriously impressive. Oh, thank you, Ocean Diver. Do you draw only with pencil? Yeah. Basically, I can draw with other things, but I don't. Have you ever tried a method where you could ever the sheet in charcoal? Coat the sheet in charcoal and then to draw you erase. How do you coat the sheet in charcoal? Like with that? Like, is there a powder you buy, or what do you mean? Or you just sit here meticulously like fill the whole page with shading? Like that would take forever. I'm assuming that's not how you do it, but maybe I'm wrong about that too. What? Yeah. Thank you for the follow. What? But no, I haven't done that. To answer that question, I have not. I'm just sort of wondering, like, what you're like. It would be fun to draw like that, since I do so much shading in like these kind of pieces, that it would be almost like worth it just to kind of go down that road. You get a stick of soft black charcoal. Like, you know what? Well, this is a pastel, I'm pretty sure, but maybe I should try the I'm just gonna try the pastel a little bit. Sort of curious. It would be good, yeah. Oof, that's not going on there at all. What is going on with this? Did the pastels forget how to work? Maybe this is what I should have been doing, is like filling it in this way. And then using the brush to spread it around. Maybe I've been doing it wrong this entire time. Maybe I should have been doing this. I'm back. Work, yeah, now. What? Nice. You gotta pay the bills somehow, right? I'm just trying pastel on this. I'm not like it's not going good, but I was just sort of wondering, like, is there a way to fill this stuff in faster than what I've been doing? I'm sure there is, but maybe I should get like. Yeah, well, I guess I could try and do. This is a chart. This is the French, the Conte et Paris. Thought I had like a million of them sharpened. I guess I don't. Never mind. Alright. Well, I guess I'll give this a go. Right? How much hurt could I? It's kind of crazy that like I'm just now thinking of this now. I have like all the tools to like speed up the process, but I'm just like, nope. I'll stretch the episode into like 4 million episodes. If people are not unfollowing, then I'm not taking long enough. So my eyes itchy. It's so good. Oh, thank you. I'm excited for the movie. When is Japoshi going? Today. He's going. I would actually rather watch it at home, but yeah, there's no way to do that. I wonder if I can do a smoky eye with that charcoal. Is that what people use for smoky eyes? Like, is it really charcoal substance that you guys are putting on your face? I'm so glad I don't have to do any of that. Like, honestly, it's so much easier to wake up and not. Like, I just cut my hair short every, like, month or so. Conte charcoal has a bit of oil, but it should still be working. Nice. I don't know too much about too much. Oh no, I should have been using the brush, not this. Crap. You probably can. I mean, I'm using basically the same tools as, like, women use on their face sometimes with, like, these brushes and stuff. I'm not a fan of how that's turning out. See what I mean is like that is bad. That's bad. The strokes and stuff. I don't want there to be like these giant strokes everywhere. What? Okay. Well, that was a fail. That was a huge failure. Not doing that anymore. Unless I don't know. Oh, I don't know. Makeup is makeup. Yeah, never once tried it. Thank God. Use a kneaded eraser. Bruh. You don't have to say it twice. Even that's kind of like not doing that well, honestly. Against I can smooth it out. It's fine. I can work it down, and I can fix it, even if it's like really bad. But you gotta get the soft black charcoal one next time. I guess Conte Paris ain't soft enough. I don't know. I'll just use this B8 to kind of fill this in slowly. When is Japoshi? Who's Japoshi go? I'm in everyone's business today. I'm pretty sure he's going with his dad. So. Conte has oil in it. Nice. I'm going to tag along with him. Oh, nice. Are you going to buy a ticket to Qatar then, or? It's going to be kind of an expensive movie trip, but. take someone to be sticky seat movies. Don't go. You should take someone to the sticky seat movies. Don't go alone. I was almost thinking about going to see the 3D, like the full IMAX 3D, whatever kind of thing. I mean, I don't want, but I feel like that movie, it's not gonna hit right if I watch it at a local theater. I feel like the sort of the fun action movies, they only register good once, and that's if you go see it on like the big screen. But I actually don't want to drive out that far. Actually, that's a good point, Jen. I don't want to drive that far. You're right. I agree, yeah. Like, because it's like, I mean, it is like a more fun way to watch it. Like, it really is. The IMAX experience, it does, even if a movie is mid, just because you're getting, like, blasted with, like there's so much stimulation that it almost transcends to, like, being a mid movie is, like, suddenly, like, memorable. Just because I do like the theater experience. I really do like the theater experience. I won't lie. Like, I wish that was more prominent. And I'm definitely, like, not helping the industry by never going there. But be right back. Nice. talking about? Oh yeah, the Predator movie. Yeah, I wonder if that'll be good. I wouldn't be surprised if it like wasn't, but I'm hoping. John's gone again. Oh, she comes and goes. You know how it is. Slipknot, are you gonna watch the new Predator movie? Probably peeing. Predator Badlands. I haven't planned on seeing it. Probably should go see it. Yeah. Just kind of what I'm thinking. I'm not a big movie guy, but it looks fun, you know. I wasn't blown away by Prey. I felt the same way. Like the costume for the Prey Predator was cool. That's about like kind of. Maybe Badlands is more entertaining. It looks a lot more like. Badlands looks a lot more like CGI Disney fun kind of a movie. It at first glance it looks like definitely like a popcorn flick. You know what I mean? Like, and that's not a bad thing. It's kind of I'm honestly kind of in the mood for that kind of a thing. I don't want like a super grimdark Predator story right now. It's on IMAX locally. How much is IMAX in Europe, in England? That's another thing I'm afraid of. Is like I kind of don't want to spend a bunch of money. But I'm an IMAX guy. Well, yeah, if, like... Problem is I have to get on that highway to get to the IMAX. The house directly behind me has 0 trees and it's an old man and lives on his own. Bro, that's my future. No tree, lives on his own. Saw Fantastic Four in IMAX and it was phenomenal. Check one of my IMAX movie tickets. I'm just sort of curious what like the price range in England on that is. Isn't this the weirdest thing that you can talk to people from England over the internet, like live? Isn't that crazy? I'm still like kind of blown away by it. If I'm being honest, like I'm still a little bit blown away by it. Okay, my Fantastic Four ticket was whoa, $22.50. What the? That's not popcorn. Nothing. It was worth every penny. Yeah, but that's not like no popcorn, no nothing. That's like you just sitting there with your hands on your like knees. No, I was pooping. JK, I was working. Nice. I gotta make that money. Nice. Otherwise, I won't have money for my makeup and Legos. Truth. That's what motivates me. Well, I don't like really like work a real job anymore, but well, right now, you know, and pray to God I won't have to. I've been living without an alarm clock for the last year or so, and I think my nervous system is finally like I can finally like live. Like I feel like I'm alive. So what? Who are you taking to the movies, Slipknot? Did you decide on who you're taking? I have not decided. I was just gonna go alone. Oh yeah, my cousin always says I don't poop or pee for free. I don't get that joke. Pooping on company dime. Rosa. Nice. $30 for is that meaning she only does it at work, never do it for free? Oh. I converted it. $30. Well, never mind. I don't want to go see it for $30. $30, like, you can, like... There's, like, full-fledged video games that would take me months to grind through. I mean, okay, just to give you a comparison, Path of Exile 2 was $40. And I'm still playing that game. Still, I can't, guys. I'm way too like I can't do it. That's like a full tank of gas. Yesterday, I sent a heart to someone's work, and I was just being nice. But anyways, he private messaged me. I made the mistake of replying. Whoa, what the? Yeah, never hurt anyone's anything. Just kind of look forward and don't make eye contact with anyone. Don't hurt anything. You never know. You never know how people will react. Well, I go alone. See, anytime I take friends, they always talk through them. Oh, bro, that is annoying. The talkers. Jen, are you a talker? I feel like Jen is a talker. And he proceeded to really push me to commission him. Oh, like for you to okay. I see. Yeah, that is annoying. I've never pushed anyone to commission me. Actually, I kind of try to talk people out of it. Like, whenever they kind of start suggesting that, I'm like, you know, I don't really do that. Like, I do the opposite of, like, trying to get commissions. I talk my way out of things like that. Yeah, you know, I'm not really that good, and I don't really do that kind of stuff. You know, I'm only good with, like, Preacher, and you really want to go to this other guy. He knows what he's doing. I have the anti money making. Like I'm the best at not making money when it comes to art. Unless someone just wants to buy my piece, then I'll just send it out as mine. I would do the same one time. The manager said I was on the toilet for 15 minutes though. Good. That's how long. I mean, if that's how long it takes to get it out. Yeah, that is the one bastion of like that's the last thing we have as employees is the bathroom. Like that's the one. It's like the you can't kind of like you sort out your microphone. It's super low today. Is it really? Everyone was saying good things about the microphone yesterday, and it was. Is this better? Let me know if does that sound better? Everyone, it was in the exact same spot, and I changed nothing, and I can't do it alone, guys. I'm not a talker, Yuri. I just sit there, but I do need popcorn. All right. Well, I'll have to take Jen since she doesn't talk, I guess. I can't hear your voice getting better. I can't hear your voice. But how come Future Oil? I hear you. Future Oil always hears me good. Never any complaints from Future. And Jen, you can hear me fine. Why is he clocking you? Tell him you're pregnant. You know what? It's probably because I've been leaning this side a lot to like render. Maybe it's because I'm moving away from the microphone more. Sounds better, but I still have my volume up like that. Oh. I mean, it's all the way up to like 0 dB. Let me know. I can hear you just fine. It must be the speakers in England that they make just aren't. They're not like American speakers. Our Freedom speakers are just louder, I guess. I don't know. Now though, it wasn't good before. Oh. Well, you guys gotta let me know. That was years ago, lol. Sounds decent now. Okay. I'll try and keep my I'll try and keep more on it. Maybe if I put it like right here, like right, but then it kind of gets in the. Never mind, that's not gonna work. I need, like I said, I need to get an arm, but like obviously I'm not super enthused about spending money, but
Slipknot, don't let them bully you. Anyone gives you a hard time, let me know. I'll handle it. Nice. She does work out. I still have my volume high at AF though, lol. I appreciate you suffering through this. I just don't understand, like, why that's happening. Because it's like, okay, then you better take me to the sticky seat movies. I want to see those seats. It's just, yeah, it's just like a rundown theater that's trying to stay alive. They've been trying to stay alive for years, and I think it's only due to like compassion and like willpower of like the owners. They love keeping it alive. Anybody else they would have closed years ago, but they just, and the toilets, you should see the toilets. Like I mean, yeah, like they redid the theater like a couple years back. Like I say, like they remodeled the front of it, and I went in there. Like I mean, just the bathrooms look really kind of gross. But it's like that's what almost surviving looks like. You know, when you're a theater, it's like, and you're on your last legs, and the smell of that, like, what are they? That little circle they put into the bathroom. It reeks of like the stench of like the. Those are the best theaters. Yeah, and it's not $30. It's like $12 because they know better. Like you're not showing up with no $30 tickets, but the quality is comparable to the $12. Sticky bathrooms, yeah, it's not that bad. I think it's not a terrible theater. It's like they're trying. They're gasping for air. It's like a theater that's gasping for like, it's sad to watch it die, but. I feel like me going once or twice isn't gonna save them. They would need colossal resources to gain foothold again. Sorry, gain foothold again. I think I went way too fast on this area here. I'm gonna have so much cleanup to do in this. I shouldn't have used that Conte A Paris thing. It's a great pencil or whatever, but it just for this situation, it was a terrible choice to try what I was doing. Why not just do it home though? I prefer lounging in pajamas. Maybe get a projector. I don't really like watch movies. I don't have like a way. I mean, I could get a projector for like that wall or something, but this living room is like filled up with like computers. Like my living room is like where I stream because I live alone. I can just establish my main thing in the living room. So also I don't like breathe up all the air too because of the size. Like if I was in my room, I would just like breathe up all the oxygen and be gasping for it. Do they ever write you up? I'm wondering that too. I think it's hard to justify a write up because they don't really know. Maybe you are taking 15 minutes to poop, right? Like there's no way to really know. So it's kind of a hard sell to like. If you did it once or twice, but because some people have bowel issues for sure. Oh, Jipochi. Is it really a living room when you're dead inside? Good one. Hey yo, says Jipochi XD. Just on the side, get a soft charcoal stick and chalk up one sheet to test it out. Maybe I should do maybe I'm doing it wrong. Maybe like these pictures wouldn't be taken as long if I had that Soft charcoal stick. I've never even heard of that. Maybe that's what I need to shade this stuff in. Because it's taking like tens of hours to do it manually with a pencil. Maybe I'm just like not doing it right. Like this could have been a 20-hour draw, but I'm like artificially making it worse by just not doing it right. Maybe he's pregnant. Like, what would they say to that? I managed to talk my way out of it, lol. Just tell him I'll be right back and like take a photo of like what you've produced. See if that'll justify it. Just keep a picture on your phone of it so you can like pull it up and be like, this is what took 15 minutes. Predators Badlands made me feel like I'm watching video game cutscenes. Yeah. Okay, well, maybe we'll have to cut that. Because I was just saying maybe I should go see that movie, and everyone was excited. But now that you said that, I'm like, eh. I do love the environment they did, and aura farming the Predator. Was it, where would you rate it from 9 to 10? Is it worth going and seeing in the local theater? Is it worth getting in my car and being uncomfortable? Last half the movie was badass, though. I'll say wait for the digital version. Well, there you go. There's a take. I think I was only in there for 10 minutes, but he imagined an extra 5 minutes into it. It should be called Wayland Utani versus Predator. Hala, didn't see ya coming. Howdy, just late as always. Was saying earlier, your work reminds me of when I used to making urban drawings, mostly drawing in pastel in the port. Was saying earlier, your work reminds me of when I used to make urban drawings, mostly drawing in pastel in the port. Interesting. I highly recommend getting your movie projector. Guys, I rarely watch movies. Like, I don't watch movies really. Just like maybe once a year I'll go to the local theater. So it's like not worth getting a projector because I don't like do it. And I got like enough like hobbies that like I only really watch movies with like Japochi on Discord. And that's like max. I have an old 2018 model laser projector, but it's great. There's always better models out now. Yeah, they keep making them better and like quieter and like less hot and more lumen or whatever. But It's really like a cinema in your home. Yeah. Man, raking leaves for 4 hours and picking them up drain my energy. That'll get you, yeah. It's fun to do, just not when you're time pressed, but it's a good practice for quick sketches. You should post them. Would love to see. Go get some rest. You could use it for gaming. Uh Yeah, I just like my monitor. That's the issue. My monitor is just fine for gaming. I'd rather watch on a television though. Says Jipochi. Exactly. When there's time and good weather, 2 Celsius sitting on the concrete, not exactly ideal now. Bro, 2C would have killed my bum on concrete. I'm a tropical climate guy, and I can't deal with the cold. Yeah, Guinea guys, I was on Nina Art. She paint and color super good. Nina Jane Art. Are you talking about Nina Jane Art? She's a really good artist. Yeah. Highly agreed. I'm currently lurking Nina as well. Nice. Just resting. ASMR brushing. Spamming guy. Are you guys talking about Nina Jane art? Because if you are, then I know who you're talking about. I'm just sort of curious. She's so good. And yes, we'll be talking about Nina Janer. Oh, okay. Before it was just, oh, thank you. Yeah, thank you. I was just wondering which Nina. Do not be jealous for us. You are super good too. Oh, no, I appreciate it. Nina by Nina. Yes. Saying their names in funny ways is... Never heard of her? Well, you must have heard of Nina Jane Art. She's around Twitch a lot. She hangs out. Still appreciate the ASMR brushing you're doing right now. Oh no, yeah, no problem. I'm gonna get. I should. Well, you know what? The microphone is right next to the. Japosha, by the way, can you hear me today? Well, if I were a dog, I would do the leg shakes. Nice. Can you hear me good today? Is it better? Because the microphone is pretty close to my face, so that's why I'm asking. If you sound fine or better than usual? Because this is about as close as it will be if I have an arm. If I buy an arm. It sounds normal stream. That's not a good sign. Because we want it to be above average sounding. As a matter of fact, was thinking you Foros and Nina blend in the past and future perfectly, both in fantasy, but she does fantasy classic past and you fantasy sci-fi future. I see what you mean, yeah. It sounds normal stream. You two have the same topic, but you're in graphite and she's in colors. It sounds perfect. You're gonna buy an arm. Yeah, I need like a microphone arm, so it's not just laying on my desk here. Because that's part of the sound quality issues. Like if it's too far away, these microphones they don't do that well. A Wayland Utani arms synth, nice. Back. That sounds like a fun. That sounds like fun Slipknot. I need to do that. I have such bad eyesight. I need everything huge. But men are dog, right? Can't say that on stream. What the? Nice. Not in 2025, bro. Not at all. Not all men. Yeah, not all men. Hashtag not all men. You can borrow my arm. It's weak though. Nice. No, it's gonna be a microphone arm. Dogs are much better than humans. Well, dogs are humans. Dogs are people too. That's the thing. Ima Koshka. Are you a dog? Oh, I'm a Koshka? I feel like I'm not a dog because I'm very, I don't want to say independent, but I'm not very tribal in the sense of like, needing to be around friends. I think I'm more of a cat-like in the sense that I'm totally chill with just hanging out by myself for hours and hours and hours and hours. I don't feel much like going to parties or anything like that. Like I kind of get all that, so I'm good. You know, I kind of think of myself as like a feral cat. I don't really want to be here or there. I hate being places where I don't want to be. Like I hate alarm clocks. Anything that really stops me from doing what I want when I want. It's like it's just not fitting in with my lifestyle. In any house where a man lives, bathrooms are like using a shower. What? Being human, I can't put that together. Being human is tiring. Yeah, there's too much. There's too much. There's too much stuff. We women need a bathroom just for us. Nice. I don't know where you live, but it's not like that for everyone. Maybe you've been with people who are like that. What is the doggo doing? The man today? What is the doggo? Wait, wait, what? What the? Who is dogging the men today? Oh, Guinea Gomez. She's. If they could, men would urinate on the walls too. I mean, I can. I just don't. So it's not quite that simple because I don't want to smell urine, but. She was saying that the bathrooms were used as toilets. Right? Isn't that what like the shower area is also a toilet? Oh, I think that I think it's crazy to think like yeah, if I'm taking a shower, it's whatever. It's the same hole. It all goes in the same place. I feel like that's pretty uncontroversial, though. I don't know where she's coming from, though. Neo, the bathroom where one relieves oneself. Nice. I don't agree, guys. I don't mind helping clean, says Jenja. Nice. We gotta give man some love. I can't imagine having to fix stuff. Instagram and Discord links. Yeah, try to like any link that like is not Instagram or Discord. I wouldn't click on, or I wouldn't would we rather not have it in chat ever because we just don't know. I'm not a link expert, but that's how you get got. Uh, that's how you get computer viruses is like clicking on links that you don't know where they're from. If I ever got on the roof to fix something, that would be the end of me. I would fall off. I redid a roof with my dad, and it was like the worst experience of all time. Because like the more we took apart the roof, the more we found out that the roof had to keep being taken apart more and more. It was like the worst summer of my life. I came back here from a movie talk live stream. Nice. How did it go? I'd rather cook a meal and clean the bathroom roll. No roofs for me. Which movie are they talking about? What movie live stream? It would be cool if Jen chucks a few questions over there. That's it for me, brother. Oh 07. It's 12 a.m. I got to work early. The guy called me while I was watching it in the cinema. It spoiled my mood. Bro. Gotta go to... Oh, thank you, Sean Art. I appreciate the subscribe, man. Hearts. Hearts. Thank you for the sub with Prime. I appreciate that. Yeah, Japochi, yeah, go have a good sleep, because you got a day of work ahead of you, obviously. I hope you like manage it. Have a good stream, brother. Yeah, you too, man. I mean, go to bed or whatever. Like, don't start streaming. I mean, go to bed and then work, and then back here and then work again. The only stream once every 2 weeks on Friday. Would you guys hate if I painted my miniature models on stream? I'm still not like convinced that that's a good idea. I'll stream my sleep and work. I'll stream. Yeah, dude, that would be great if I could go to sleep and just stream my dreams. But then I can't control my consciousness. And what if I get a weird dream that you guys shouldn't be seeing? Oh, would you do a painting segment on stream, then go back to drawing, or is that too much? Yeah, I would do a paint. Yeah, I would paint my towel. Well, not mine. They're my friends that I'm painting for him, and then I would go back to doing this. But if I did this twice a month, maybe. You know what I mean? I just don't know if it's horrifically boring. I don't want to like destroy what I've built. Saw that, bro. These are so much fun to paint. It's crazy. I'm just putting the base down for the colors right now, and even that's I'm like a very slow painter, bro. Like if you want to watch someone paint super slow, pick me, because I know how to take my time on painting a miniature soldiers. Painting models is okay. No, it's awesome. Let me paint your nails. No, I did paint my nail because I use my nails as like a test for how thick the paint is. If you paint models, I would purposefully say out-of-pocket stuff to make you laugh. Then you would mess up. Well, then I just can't have that. Like, I need my models to look good, especially if I'm taking money for the work. Not that I get crazy commissions, but this is actually a paid commission. I just kind of abandoned it for a year, because a lot came at me at that time, and I'm like, bro, I cannot paint these right now. I don't have the time. So I'm slowly phasing them back into my life, where I do like an hour or so at the end of the day. So I'm like, and honestly, a lot of the models I'm painting now will have to be redone, because I'm building my skill back up to an acceptable level, and then put them back in paint stripper, recoat them, and start all over again. To a standard that's sort of like where I can like take money without losing my mind. Good night, Yeah, Japochi, good night. Thank you so much for being here. We appreciate the convos and everything. Hope your work is not terrible. Not delete educational pics. Oh yeah, I was about to sleep. I forgot, yeah. No, I know. Goldfish memory, I know. I have the same thing. Good night, y'all. Nice. just a comrade. If I find some of my old urban stuff from 20 years ago, I might post it on Discord. Yeah, go ahead. I wish they had like art for artists. Like imagine cement walls, like skate the same way skate parks are designed with cement walls. Sorry, the same way we have skate parks. Build a bunch of pillars, park, so that the artist. And sorry to clutch my pearls and hate on like street art, but I do think it should be done in a spectrum where there's an allotted pillars for the artist to go and express themselves. It shouldn't be just randomly spread on trains and city. I think that should not be done. But I do like it if it's not everywhere. I want it to be on certain pillars. Artists can go and maybe, there's a grace period between before you can put your art back up on top of somebody else's, right? Or it gets sort of washed away every 3 months if no one does anything to it, and then somebody else can do a clean slate kind of a thing. I think that would be really interesting, but I'm not a big graffiti guy randomly everywhere. I kind of I have to clutch my pearls on that a little bit. Carolina says, I think it sounds interesting to see how you paint those tiny models. I might have to do a stream. Imagine like it's like watching paint dry. Like you're literally just barely touching it you're doing this for hours. You're just sitting there like, and you have to stop breathing too. Otherwise, like you can't, you know. You needed a good eye for that. I have a headset. I have lenses and headset and stuff like that to mitigate the need for the eye. And that's the other thing that makes it difficult is the setup has to be drastically changed for me to be able to stream that. It's not easy at all to like set up the camera the right way because either my fingers are in the way or something's always in the way. You know, I gotta have a lamp right on top. Yeah, I like painting details too. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. Like, and some people get super crazy with these like little guys, and they do like crazy detail. Like, it doesn't even. I don't know if they're using like a microscope or what, but there's degrees of insanity to Warhammer painting. Oh, darn. Oh, my God. You need a magnifying glass? Yeah, I have. Did I not show you guys my headset? One second. This is what I bought recently for the model thing. Just kind of sit there like this with it. Actually, I can use it for this too if I really wanted to. Although the issue is like the magnification only like the more magnification you have, the closer you have to be for everything to be like for it to work. Like that's what maybe a bigger lens lets you be further back. I don't know what the science for the lenses are. I've never like really looked into it. But you end up having to get the magnification you want. You end up having to be like this close, and it gets blurry here. So that's sort of the issue. So this is specifically for like jewelry and painting miniature models, kind of a deal. Nerd helmet. Oh yeah, looks like a need helmet. It's a helmet. Yeah, it's one of those type of helmets. But it's definitely if you wanna be serious about painting tiny soldiers, this is the direction you'd go in. But I suspect a larger lens would let you not have to be as close yet be able to get the detail you want, because these lenses are good, but you're holding the figure like right here, and that makes it difficult to stream, because then the lamp, the camera, and all that kind of it all comes together to make a bad experience for me, and I have to sit here in a very specific position to like let everyone see what's going on. Do me a favor, say in needy voice, I like SpongeBob, I came in peace, take me to your leader. In a needy voice? Like a nerdy voice? I don't want to. I don't want, that's embarrassing. I can't do voices on command like that, they never sound good. I feel disoriented because of the change of perspective. Yeah, that's the thing to get used to too, is your depth perception gets broken by the lenses, so you're never sure, especially when you're doing edge highlighting, which is very important for you to understand where the brush is physically in the 3D space. Lenses is something to get used to. Just something to keep in mind, that it's a good solution, but it has its drawbacks. One thing I did do that really did kind of work initially was using this camera as this camera that you're seeing here as the magnification because you can get kind of crazy, believe it or not, you can get kind of crazy close with this and use it as a magnifying, but it has the same depth perception issue. You know what I mean? Like, you can get crazy with this camera, like you can be all the way up here. You know what I mean? You're getting pretty good detail. Like, that's crazy, right? But the problem is that the camera doesn't do the depth perception very well, so you end up being kind of, that's sort of the issue. Is no matter how good the camera is, sorry. Yeah, exactly. It's crazy crazy good in that respect, but it has its own drawbacks with depth perception. I saw some of these little guys at the old man's art supply store last week. You probably, if it's an art supply store, I mean, they may be carrying Warhammer. It's not outside the realm of possibility, but I'm imagining they probably had some World War II stuff. Usually, if I see like any kind of infantry, or it's either Napoleonic era, World War II, usually traditional supply stores won't carry like Warhammer. But I mean, maybe, if it's not impossible to get those. That is crazy. But when you feel strained in keeping your miniature in the same position, that's the other issue, because I have to rotate the miniatures that paint it. So I have to keep glancing at the camera to make sure you guys are seeing what you're supposed to be seeing. But it's, like I said, it's way more difficult to stream miniature model painting, unless I just don't care and I zoom out and you guys are basically seeing nothing of relevance. And some people do stream like that. Like, they just, like, you as a viewer don't really see what I'm doing. It is nerd heaven. Oh yeah, it's possible to do. Just usually the traditional supply stores carry like a lot of World War II stuff. Did you buy? Oh yeah, let's get that straight. How many did you buy? First of all, I saw he didn't grab a few boxes of miniature soldiers on his way out. Do they only have soldier models? Isn't there a little princess there also? Uh, no. I mean, I'm sure there's some model kits that sell that, but usually like, uh, normally no. It's mostly like older dudes that paint models. Like that's who you're aiming for. They usually don't sell princesses. Me no way. I'm too cool. Nice. Jen says I'm back. Nice. I think there's a guy there that has a GoPro on his head and does having an extra view of the model closely. They have female warrior. Yeah, CNOT Brush does a thing like that where he has a camera like right here, and that really helps out too. They have a female Oh yeah, they have like female warriors for sure, yeah, but not like princesses. Like wait, what you're talking? For the viewers, yeah. CNOT Brush, yeah, he does, but he does like much larger. His pieces are like he's modeling them himself. His pieces are much larger in scale, so he doesn't have it's, you know what I mean. I'm dealing with something the size of a like it's 1 inch tall, or like it's 2 inches tall, so it's a little bit more of a hassle to like get the camera on it just right. I'm back. Wait, somebody mentioned a princess. Lol, Yuri, are you painting a beautiful princess? No, I was explaining why they don't sell beautiful princesses. I was saying like they normally sell not that because of the customer type that goes in there isn't looking like for the princess. What would she look like? Tiny. What do you mean? They look those like little, like she would be tiny. Oh, wait, sorry. I wanted to say something else there. Did you watch Space King? Wait, I just bought a couple of wood panels for oil painting. Wood. Oh, you're gonna paint on wood panels? Am I hearing that right? Boo. Well, I mean, she'd be the same size as the little soldiers, so she would look tiny. Just a comrade says cheers. Thank you. Thank you for the cheers. Sorry, Jen. She would look like you, Jen. We'll just stop circling around. The little princess will look just like you. What about her features? I don't. You can't really get features on these tiny models. You can barely put their eyes in the sockets, like, because of how small their heads are. You're not going to be able to get. You're lucky if you get the eyes not looking weird. Let alone any kind of and that's kind of for a higher level painters, the ones that can like do the eyes semi normally. You have to be kind of insane to like attempt that without ruining your model. Beady eyes. Thank you, Beady. Yeah. Xena Princess Warrior. I used to watch that when I was a kid. I thought it was pretty dope. It's rough to watch these days. I saw a short clip and it was like, oof. I used to think that was cool. But yeah, Xena Warrior Princess. That will be nice too. I did think the circular thing she had that she would throw, the boomerang thing. I guess it was like more like a frisbee. And that was actually kind of like a cool idea. You know what I mean? That will be nice to use for oil paintings. Can you just use wood for oil paintings? What kind of brushes do you use for those tiny models? Right now I have a smaller brush. I don't know where it is, and I'm gonna need to move. This is a XDT R Supply 725 0-4 size. This is a smaller one I have on hand right now. And then this one is just for, I kind of use this one just to kind of butter up the like when I mix colors. And this one's the one I primarily, I know this seems crazy small to paint with, and it is, but I am just very paranoid, and I just kind of take my time and kind of, but yeah, this is what I'm using primarily right now. Then I have a brush that's like actually way smaller than this. It's like 2 hair follicles, and that's what you'd be using for like edge highlighting. Very, it's, man, like that's the issue is like once you start, if you're trying to like really do a nice job on a model like that's that small, you need like equipment that like lets you zoom in. My hands are fine. I can control my hands just fine. Like a microscopic little movements don't bother me. I can't like, I can only stare at that stuff for so long before I'm like going blind. Oh, the Tron disc she had? Yeah. The Tron disc was pretty dope. But yeah, those are the brushes I'm using right now. You really don't need all that many brushes, honestly. I say as a novice painter, I have a lot of them. I end up just using like 2 the entire time for 90% of it. I'm sure there's like more reasons to have more brushes, but I just kind of, it really just comes down, a lot of it just comes down to having a tiny brush, diluting the paint, and taking your time with stuff. That's like 90% of this painting is like understanding that you need to just water down your paint so it's not goopy, like really water it down. And the more time you spend refining something, it's gonna look better and better. For painting, you need a lot of different brushes. The miniature model, yeah, well, for painting, maybe, but for painting the miniature models, I find myself sticking to like 2. Uh, I don't know. I have a lot of them, and I just end up not using most of them. You know what hate? You know what hate? Typing email? Yeah. Typing emails. You know what I hate? I think you were trying typing emails. You have to like send what you mean but also add on fluff words. Like have a good day or inquiry. Why can't we just say what we mean? Get to the point. I have to go talk tomorrow. Keep up the great work. Looks incredible. Thank you, Carolina. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We appreciate. We appreciate. You can't do it because that's not how humans work. I found that out. That's just not. It's just a bad idea to be like to just say things like that because like I still do sometimes from time to time, but yeah, it's just generally a bad idea. People will misunderstand, and yeah, it's just losing strategy to do that. But luckily ChatGPT does a really good stuff with like fluffing things up like that. So seeing as how I can't write really well, you know what I mean. So I just use ChatGPT to help me out with that. Are you guys not allowed to use ChatGPT to fluff up your emails? Because it's like company info? Because if that's the case, then I can't work where you work because I would just mess it up every time. I don't know. I'd assume so. Yeah, me. Yeah, no. I'm surprised that your company didn't like say explicitly, "Do not use ChatGPT for company-related email writing," since it's you know, I would definitely if I were running a company that has like any kind of info going through emails, I would be like, "Do not use AI for writing emails because you're just leaving info for other you know." I don't even like reading them. It's like, who cares how I'm doing? Get to the point. I hope this email finds you well, or whatever they say. What's your zodiac sign? I'm a Gemini. Are you asking me or Jen? Mine is, I think I'm the lobster cancer thing or something, or a horse. I forget like what zodiac sign. I was born in June, so whatever that is, I don't know. I'm not a big astro believer, if I'm being honest. Like, but yeah. After June 21st is Cancer. Well, there you go. There's your answer. I'm. I think I'm a lobster thing or a horse. Laughing. June 21st is Gemini. Before June 21st is Gemini. Just a comrade. I'm not either, but some people really seem to react wildly if I say I'm an Aries. Which one is Aries? I'm not into that stuff. I'm December. Yeah, imagine being a fully grown adult. Like, I don't know. I kind of don't buy the astro stuff. Or, like, it's not that I don't buy the astro stuff, it's just I think that, like, the reality of it is, like, way more complicated than, like, being, like, what month you're born in has anything to do with anything. Like, I think, like, maybe being a summer baby versus a winter baby would have some slight inclination that, like, your first experience has less or more or sunlight or more or less cold. That would develop your sort of overall, like, worldview more because you're exposed to certain elements. Like super early on, right? So I think that might have something. But in terms of like sort of being like space connected to something, I'm like, yeah, I don't know about all that. Correction, I just don't know I just don't know too much about it. Yeah. I'm a horse. Nice. But hey, born on the same day as Charlie Chaplin. Libra. And also born on the same day as Montley from Stop the Pigeon, apparently. How do you say Libra in English? Libra? That's how I don't know. Libra? I think this is starting to make a lot more sense, this whole kind of thing here. But it still needs a lot of work, of course, to bring it home. Sagittarius, the one horse. Sagittarius. Capricorn, December 21st. Which one are you, Slipback? Are you a Capricorn? Sagittarius is half. Oh, is half man, half horse. Centaur. Yeah, Centaur. Yeah. Centaur. I'm gonna need to get that soft charcoal Future Oil was talking about. See if it'll help me shade in these like blank spaces that need to be darkened in, so it doesn't take 40,000 hours of rendering. Sagittarians are funny people. I'm sure they love. I was gonna make a hay joke, but I couldn't think of it fast enough. Get it? Because horses eat hay. I'm sure they're hay. Never mind. I'm blanking on a hay joke, but it would have been funny if I thought of one. Are they? Oh man, lol, maybe you're on to something with the Zodiac stuff? Are you sure, Slipknot? Centaur Gyat? Oh my gosh, Samatata, thank you for the raid. Let me do a. Should I do shout out? Let me do a shout out really quick. Gonna hide. Let me do a shout out. Shout out. How do I do it? I don't see the name. There it is. Shama Tata. Oh, thank you so much for the raid. How was your guys'? I'll show you kind of what I've been working on here. I'm doing doing this guy. He's like a space Eldritch horror monster that collects Loosh. But that's kind of like the main thing, and then down there I'm working on the bridge and the little priesty guy hanging out. This is actually kind of. I hope your guys' stream was super awesome. It's funny when Yuri says it though. Centaur Gyat. I'm not sure how you pronounce Gyat. Gyat. I don't know. Anyway, yeah. If you want to post your socials, it's up to you. We appreciate it. We appreciate the raid. I hope your stream was super awesome. Did you know a female centaur is called Centauride for Centaurus? Or Centaur? I would say Centaurus. I would say Centaurus, just that's easier to let me glaze the account. I can't pull it up because my OBS will crash, or at least that's my experience. So I'm gonna glaze the account. You guys should follow Samatata, and let me just do a quick glazing of the account, like. There we go. There we go. We super appreciate the raid and love your artwork. Did it love what I see? Followed. Nice. Nice. I need to dinner too. I need to learn. Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, go have a good stream. Yeah, thank you so much. We appreciate that. I can like maybe change my name to Centauride. Centauride, yeah. Lol, see you're even keeping list of jokes like a comedian. Me or are you complimenting me? I'm trying to. Did I say a joke that I said before? I try to keep it fresh, but sometimes you gotta. I mean, I'm streaming 5 hours a day, which means like we're just gonna have to hit the same joke sometimes and hope it's different people in chat. Where did my knife go? Like, where it has nowhere to go. Oh, there it is. I keep a list of funny stuff I say and funny stuff my sister says. I told her I was going to steal her material. That's fair. I think stealing from your sibling is just fair. That's fair game. I gotta do a little sharpening here. Sorry, guys. This is the fun part of the stream where I made this joke like 7 times, but try not to cut myself. It's really wild how useless my left hand is. Like, I do nothing with my left hand apparently because I can't. Even though I'm sharpening with my left hand, I'm using my right thumb to like put the pressure on there. It's said about Aries mostly. It's said about Aries mostly myself, maybe long ago, but recently not. Aries is god of war, right? Isn't that crazy how like how like I don't like how that works because like it's like how come I get to be Cancer and then like somebody like some people get like dragon or whatever. It's like, bro, you're not a dragon, calm down. Like, It's like you shouldn't just have things attributed to your, like, it's like no. I think so too. She said I'm delusional. I think she's got some tism. I think we all do. With all the microplastics, we all got a little tism in us. I want to hear a short, dry Romanian joke in English. When I hear if it's not super racist, like I know you said you're Romanian and you're making fun of yourself, but people don't know that context. So if you say something like super bad about Romanians, the problem, just keep in mind that a Romanian guy is saying it and he's making fun of himself. That has to be included in the context of what's about to happen. Yeah, go ahead. Where did little Alice go when the factory exploded? Where? Everywhere. That's pretty good. Sorry, this would take like half the time if I wasn't using my worthless left hand that can't do anything. About to break the lead. It's so easy to break the lead. Okay. Sharp enough. I'm Romanian. So is just a comrade, apparently. Are you really Romanian? Man, last night I ran into a Twitch lady. And she was watercoloring. Oh, a Twitch lady. Okay. Which was cool, but she was asking me way too many questions about oil painting. Well, I mean, I think like most streamers, they try to keep the convo going to like keep the convos interesting. I just stopped talking. Like if chat gets super quiet, bro, I run out of lines and I'm like, all right, I'll just draw. Yeah, she was nice, but she made me discover that I'm not really a person that likes to teach. Oh my god, yeah, I hate teaching art. I'm not a fan at all. But you can't blame the streamer, because like the streamers are trying to like, a lot of them are trying to keep some kind of a conversation going. I think I would assume that's what she was doing. It's like I just give up after a while. Like if no one talks, I'm like, yeah, I'll just quietly draw here. Michael Jackson, Next Generation. I like your streams because they're chill. Good. Michael Jackson, are you a recent subscriber? I'm just sort of wondering because my YouTube, I think YouTube is like blacklisting me. I went from getting 3 to 4 subscribers a day to like 0 for like a month straight. Like like I stream 0 subs. No, like it does. I don't think it gets pushed outside of like my like circle of people that watch me. I know people say that, but I'm like, how does it go from steady growth to like 0 growth for like a month and a half? Like literally 0, no subscribers ever. I'm just like, dude, it has to not be shown to anybody. maybe I was a little too funny one stream. That's what I mean. Is like you gotta watch what you say because I think like once you say something a little too funny and then like you get tagged as like maybe like slightly inappropriate, it's GG well played. You're not gonna see any growth unless you're like at a PewDiePie level where you can just it doesn't matter anymore. There's a really good book everyone should read. It's called The Internet is a Playground. It's funny, and no, I'm not a Romanian. I'm a princess. What? There's Romanian princesses. What the? I swear I subbed a while ago, but I was unsubbed for some reason, so I subscribed. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, I've heard that too. I've heard other YouTubers talking about this, them being unsubscribed. I never really believed it, uh, but now that you say it, I kind of believe it. There's no reason for me to doubt you. It's I don't know. What do you guys think? Do you think shadow banning is real? I feel like it's real. Not like as nefarious as like what like I think people make it out to be, but I do think um like if you say certain things like they just put a little title on your like a little thing that just sort of slowly suppresses you more and more in the algorithm artificially. I think that's kind of like how it works. Um, I had to unsub from some groups, just wasn't finding a connection. I've been very sick this week. I've been having headaches, sniffles, very bad stomach aches, but it's starting to wear off now. You know, I haven't been sick in about I want to say about 2 years. Like I almost got the sniffles last month. Like I almost was like on that like I'm about to get sick kind of feeling. And then I woke up and I was fine. But yeah, I haven't been like usually every year I'll get sick for like 3 days, like laid out in bed, not moving. But last 2 years I just skip being sick. Yes. It's the absurd when you vomit. It's after you vomit. It tasted disgusting and it just feels the worst after you do feel good because at least you got whatever was bugging out of you. Oh, you got the old throw up. Yeah. I don't really consider that. I guess that's being sick, but to me, that's like you ate something bad. I don't normally like throw up unless I ate something really bad. It's a very long tip on your pencil there. Thank you. My Pizza Hut app messaged me a pizza deal. Nice. Yeah, they're expensive even with the like even if you get the even if you get like the discounts, Pizza Hut is still kind of pricey, which is why I don't eat it anymore. I'd like to. I also the thing is Pizza Hut like started giving me like crazy heartburn. Like I hate to sound like, you know what I mean? I hate to like sound like I'm getting old and I'm just not with it anymore. I don't get the kids anymore, but if I eat Pizza Hut like 2 days in a row, like I'm good. But I do love the way it tastes. It was very good back in the day. Old Man Foros, yeah. I get it. Pizza in general isn't good for health. Well, I mean, it's a big thing of bread, right? Like the cheese is good, I think, relatively speaking, but I don't think Italians, they don't have like issues with like I've heard Italian pizza doesn't like destroy you like American pizza like destroys you like. So you get picked up and dropped on one knee. One last meeting, be right back. Nice. Are you a Batman fan? Oh, I'm a casual, yeah, like a tragic hero enjoyer. Yeah, like I like the whole. He chose the good. He like became kind of like a dark figure, but he's still doing the right thing. Yeah, a tragic figure kind of a guy. Yeah. But I mean, like, I'll go watch like the big movies and stuff, and but asking anybody from the US, does the Burger King app still give you sudden deals when you're near a McDonald's? I didn't know they had an app. I know McDonald's has an app, but I wasn't aware of Burger King having an app. But I haven't been to Burger King in a really long time. Our local Burger King is pure, just trash, dude. Just trash. It just, like, it's bad. You'd have to almost pay me to go there. I know I'm being mean, but, like, they're really, like... Burger King has great deals, yeah. But that's, like... It's like, it has great deals for a reason. I'm not saying they're all bad, but, like, man. I go there if I'm really sad. Like... Although we do have a pretty good Wendy's. Our Wendy's is pretty good, like... I'm not gonna lie. Do you listen to Michael Jackson? No. I'm a big fan of him? No. I think... I get why people like him. I'm not a big Michael Jackson fan. And think he's a very good person who was truly talented and didn't deserve all the things people made... things people threw at him and rumored around him. Reality is we don't know. We just don't know, right? There's not really any, like, I know what you're referring to. We don't have any, like, evidence one way or the other. It's possible to make anything look like anything. I don't have a take on it because I wasn't there. But I hope that he was a good person and just had the purest of intent and things of that nature. But some Burger Kings are trashy. Most. I think you want to replace that with most. Maybe not. Maybe it's just our local experience is bad, so I'm just hating on it. But it's also kind of like, when I go to Burger King, it kind of like the way they give it to you, too. It has like a cafeteria food vibe. Like, it feels like they took a thing and put it in the microwave and, like, gave it to you. It, like, feels like it's sort of hyper, like, prison cafeteria. Even the way the tiles look when you look back there, it's like it's got like these white tiles, like kind of like a prison area. It just has that vibe to them. Like the whole thing kind of is just like, I don't know. If you find a good Burger King, stick with it. Yeah. But look at his smile and the warmth he had. You just couldn't imagine him harming children. Not to be honest, none of that indicates anything. I think there's plenty of flattering and seemingly good externally people that are monsters. His eyes, his smile, none of that. Oh, baby, oh my goodness, come here. Oh, you good boy. Oh, he left. Okay. Anyway, we were saying, I just don't know. I hope he was a good. Maybe you're right, but we're just using our intuition. We have no idea. Goody, go back. Goo, come back. Yeah, no, he doesn't. He's good. Once he walks away, he won't come back. Since 2020, fast food service it's gone downhill a lot. Burger King in my hometown is great. Yeah. Let me do a quick little. Oh, time is going by. Oh my god, I'm at 5:20. I got lost in the drawing. I'm at 5 hours and 20 minutes. I gotta go, guys. I gotta go. And play with my miniature soldiers, and I gotta go paint Tao and others and whatever. Feed the dog, feed myself, and stuff like that. But I'll be back tomorrow around 11 a.m. U.S. Central Standard Time. I love all of you. Thank you for all the follows and the raid. Super appreciate it. I'm not gonna raid out. You guys know how Twitch works and stuff. I'll let you guys figure out what you guys want to see. But I'm out for the night. Thank you so much. Peace.